There should be some New Zealand fossils looking around the side. You've seen a few of the water already today. Much like up to the sort of around just here to the as soon as they become aware of the vessel. But I can see at least one up there, right up by the tree.
They are typically nocturnal, but they are also very opportunistic, and as the food's around, it will tempt them into the water during the day. Unfortunately, we can't get very close to that one there, so we might continue on and just hope we... Oh. Okay, so there is one trying to get out onto the large rock there. Apparently not every attempt's a success, but he got there. There we go, that's much better viewing, yeah. The fiord and coast would arguably be the most productive prey fishery anywhere in the world. On what size these birds are.
Are those penguins?
Generally,
Yeah,
a little over, for those who deal in the old money, a little over a foot in height. Foot and a half or so.
Oh, okay. Penguins. 1, 2, 3. 3 penguins. 4. I'm on 10x zoom, so I don't know how much. So yeah, I can see 1, 2, 3. One is jumping down now.
Oh, quite a few of them there. Ahead of us here.
Yes, this was where I was planning on. Oh my gracious me, I need to see those birds. For some reason What's the name of this bird?
I'm not sure.
Your camper want to be the host and park on the road.
To be a housing ground. They only come out during the rain. I will need to stop at Falls Creek just to see what is going on here at Falls Creek. Who is coming behind me? Nobody. And yes, let me. I need to park. Let me leave my phone. No need. Hopefully nobody robs me. Geez, where's my key? Yeah. You guys can hear the sound of the river. Alrighty, Falls Creek. Let me go to 1x zoom. Absolutely brilliant. It looks like I'm going to consume my buffer, my 1 hour buffer early schedule. Because that was the reason anyways I'm coming early so that I can at least stop on the way and get some shots. Yeah, like I said, they were clearing the roads going to Homer Tunnel. Homer Tunnel Avalanche Shelter Renewal. But yeah, we are entering the tunnel. They have reinforced the tunnel. They've done huge amount of work from the last time I was here. You guys can always check the video. So yeah, that is the Homer Tunnel that we are entering. We are exiting the tunnel now. Gosh, huge amount of down slope that it thrusted me forward a bit. Yeah, this was the place that I was talking about. This was the place that I was talking about, that I needed to stop. But oh dear, oh my god, if you guys can see what I can see, you guys will be amazed. Let me see, can I stop? No, I cannot. Can I tilt the camera a little bit? Yes, I can, but oh my gracious me. Let me retilt back the camera so that you guys don't see the holder. But yes, you guys can imagine what's going on my right hand side, because oh my goodness, I can just feel the creepiness of the woods. Absolutely incredible. What a weather. Jeez bro, this is absolutely incredible. Absolutely bloody incredible. Here is a one-way bridge. Give me a moment. I'm on double indicator so that nobody rams my back on the high speed. Just give me a moment, guys. Let me see what in the name of your God is going on here. Brilliant. Now I have to overtake all these whole cars that I've passed. Ladies and gentlemen, what a view. Give me a moment, let me lock my car. Absolute stunner. Oh my goodness me. Okay, somebody's filling up the potholes. To be honest, when last I came here, the grass wasn't grown like this. Grass was short and people were able to... Okay, let me do a quick one from my car. People were able to actually park somewhere. I believe this is the only red one that we have. So this has actually grown quite substantial. Anyways, yeah, I'll just do it from my car. And yeah, it is drizzling. So those birds that you guys saw only come in the rainy season. Once it rains, they come. Yeah, there is one above us. Just here, just now, yes, you guys can see it. Yep, there is one just above me, just above here. And to your left hand side, what do we have? Okay, that's me adjusting the camera again for you guys to be able to see what I'm saying. So the phone is actually positioned close to my head, which is not what I was hoping for, but that's the nature of the mount. It's 5 minutes there, but don't know how many minutes I might have walked past. Hello. It's quite good. Good of whoever did those. Well done. Just planted some tracks for us. Yippee! You see how easy it is just to mount and move. Well done. Yeah, somebody broke off. Wonder which equipment they used to do that. Yeah, because this is quite a high point going down. So yeah, it is, and the slope is quite intense, so it's good. All right, so this is what it looks like. The sun is so that is where we would like to go, down there. Well, I wouldn't say that we have come late. There is no sun today, unlike yesterday. Yeah, where did the sun go? This is afternoon time. But I don't know, maybe if you come in early in the morning, but still you would be putting yourself at risk coming in the morning.
Damien, I know you're over there on a trade trip, and I know you've done some good work in the trade space because we're starting to see the fruits of the FTA with the EU. But is it rude of me to ask this question of you? Why are we sending an opposition member on a trade trip? What value can that possibly have for us?
Good morning, good afternoon, James. Look, because we plan to be in government again, of course, that's the first thing. But actually, trade it's an area where each government has built off the progress of the previous government. And, I work with Todd McClay, making sure that, the EU and the UK FTA agreements, that we work across New Zealand and offshore. I've got colleagues who are offshore for different reasons, that we promote the value of the agreement and the opportunities that are there. So it's about, just building the reputation, the links, and opportunities for New Zealand.
Do we have a bipartisan approach to trade in the House or in government? And I'm thinking that someone like you who's been around for a long time, as I said, you've got runs on the board when it comes to trade and FTAs. It would seem logical that maybe the government picks your brain on occasions, Damien.
Well, I've discussions with Minister Todd McClay and with officials from time to time, and it's an area that New Zealand absolutely relies on, and we've just got to make sure that we don't go backwards in terms of trade opportunities. And it's a tough time around the world. Governments are looking to close down opportunities such as the US, depending on the outcome there. Protectionism is kind of creeping in a little bit. It was before COVID, in fact, and it's just got a little bit worse now. But so we have to keep banging on the doors. We have to keep reminding people who we are and where we are, because we're not on the first and fourth, first thing on their mind.
Hey, and to be fair,
wake up in the morning.
And to be fair, Damien, Prime Minister Luxon and Winston and Todd McClay have been doing a reasonable job on that front. Let's talk about the US. Is it as simple as if Trump wins, it's bad for us with his 10% tariff?
Look, that's one of the things that will happen if you end up in dispute between China and US, or EU and US, whatever disputes occur around the world, they affect us. The military terrible turmoil in both Ukraine and Gaza, it's affecting us directly, and we're part of a global environment, and so being aware of what's going on, what the trends are in the marketplace, really important. And I had a day, and I'll have a morning tomorrow at Buckingham, the university over here. It's world renowned in agriculture, food production, food security. Some very, very interesting discussions, and they respect us as a country and are very generous with their time, and are certainly valuable for me, knowing not just in food production and agriculture, but trade and what the markets will be looking for into the future.
Are you worried about the future of the sheep industry here, or the sheep meat industry in this country? In fact, the sheep industry across the board, because wool's in trouble at the moment. Sheep numbers are down to 23 million, something like only 14 million breeding ewes. Lamb numbers available for slaughter down close to $1 million. We're lucky, Damien, that you didn't get re-elected, or we'd be shy another 20%.
Well, Jamie, if you've been awake since the 1980s, actually sheep numbers have been going down. Actually, wool's been in trouble for probably 15 to 20 years. So it's not a new thing, really, and it certainly wasn't caused by Labor. I put millions of dollars, so we did, taxpayers' money, into trying to help the wool industry forward. There are some good prospects on the horizon, and hopefully that will provide another income for sheep farmers. They desperately need it, because we haven't been really smart with marketing the pasture-based component of our sheep meat, and it's very unique. We do have some good marketing going offshore, but it's pretty late, it's pretty limp, and if we'd really been onto that 15 to 20 years ago, then maybe we'd be getting better premiums and able to pay farmers a whole lot more.
Just to finish, you mentioned Trump and his potential tariffs. Of course, it is the presidential debate this week, Wednesday, 1 p.m. our time, Trump up against Kamala. That'll be fascinating. It's also Thursday our time, Damien, 9/11. Where were you? What were you doing?
I was in a flat in Wellington and went down to turn on the TV and can remember those unbelievable images. Floating Dover Samuels at the time, actually, and it was, we could hardly believe what we were seeing, and I'm sure people will feel that way wherever they were in the world, and hopefully that won't occur again. But unfortunately, if you have a look to Gaza, if you have a look to Ukraine, such horrific incidents are occurring all the time where people are losing their lives unnecessarily, and we've got to be braver as a government, as a country, and stand up and say so.
Damien O'Connor, thanks for your time out of the Netherlands this morning, our time, evening, your time. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks, James.
Yep, appreciate his time. I would question the value of having him there. We'll talk to Christopher Luxon about that one tomorrow. Lots of your feedback coming in. Most of you agree with me that it's a waste of time having Damien over there. We are going to get some more feedback on those interest rates. Michelle will be here next with rural news, sports news. Jane Smith out of North Otago, Tom Young on potential loss of hundreds of jobs in the meat industry due to shrinking livestock numbers.
Nothing compares to experience, and nothing compares to New Zealand Sotheby's International Realty. They are the Southern Lakes' longest-serving premium real estate agency, based here for over 20 years. Work with the team and you will achieve beyond your expectations. Choose expertise. Choose New Zealand Sotheby's International Realty. Queenstown, Arrowtown, Wanaka, and online at nzsotheby'srealty.com. Licensed REAA 2008.
Locals putting a great roof over your head? That's Freeman Roofing Queenstown. Queenstown Roofing is now Freeman Roofing Queenstown, but the name is the only thing that's changed. You'll find the same great people delivering the same great service. The only full-service roofing products manufacturer based in the heart of Queenstown, made with genuine New Zealand-made colour steel. Visit freemanroofing.co.nz or call in to see the friendly Freeman Roofing team at 200 Glenda Drive, Queenstown.
As a farmer, you know all about the circle of life. Working dogs can become pets, and pet lambs can become Sunday, well, you know. But here's something you might not know. Otago Pet Foods have a free service. They'll come to your farm and take away unwanted livestock and keep that circle of life moving.
Something
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 100 kilometers per hour mark, so the journey has started. Welcome to the trip from now to Milford Sound, and this time around we will be cruising on the boat. Yes, in the fjords this time around, so you guys should brace for it. But first, we'll be driving there, and then we'll be looking at how the mountains are, because there has been some heavy rain in the past 1 week. So we'll see how the road looks like. There has been ice, or let me say snow has been falling as well. In fact, it fell 2 days ago, so we'll see how the landscape plays out once we reach the Milford Sound. So you guys should sit back, enjoy the drive. And yes, my camera mount, I haven't had the chance to fix it, so you guys will have to manage whatever you guys are getting. Not the best mount that I want, but we just have to manage it the way it is. But I believe you guys can definitely see most of the things anyways, so we'll manage it. At least we have a mount working, not the one that has been appearing and disappearing off the mount table. Oh dear, since our last journey from Kaikoura to now, or to Queenstown. So yes, better than nothing. Anyways, yeah, hit that like button if you have been enjoying all the videos that I've been giving you guys in terms of the drive, the landscape of New Zealand, the beauty. Hit that like button. It is food for the YouTube algo. I really appreciate it from each and every single one of you. And what else? Yes, if you're on here for the first time, we do things like this on a daily basis, so please pledge your allegiance to us. On a weekly basis, actually, we do try to give you guys good trips. So yeah, pledge your allegiance to us, and let us continue to grow the channel, and let us continue to see beautiful places in New Zealand. So thank you very much, highly appreciated. And yeah, sit back and enjoy the magnificent drive. Thank you. Radio on, I forgot. Radio, important.
Harris is preparing to face off against former President Donald Trump as they make their pitch to voters. The debate will take place in Pennsylvania, a swing state which could well decide the election in 8 weeks' time. Joining us now is political analyst and a Democratic Party strategist, Mary Ann Marsh. Good morning, Mary Ann. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, a pleasure to be with you again.
We've seen Donald Trump in action, of course, in a number of presidential debates. We haven't seen Kamala Harris. What should we expect?
Well, you know, it's interesting. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have the same goal tonight, which is to convince voters that they should be president, but their strategy is completely different. Donald Trump has hit his ceiling of support, so he has nowhere.
Yeah, I had to overtake slowly because yesterday I just had an altercation with a policeman. I don't know, that was a ridiculous altercation. He said, oh, my overtaking speed was 114 and the speed was 100. I'm like, no, I was 110. I need to overtake quickly and move to the next lane. He said, oh yes, but you're still above the speed limit. And he said, in as much as when I turned back to chase you, you were doing the right limit. But he said the problem was he was incoming, and then I was pulling out to overtake another car in front of me. He said that he got me on his radar at 114. That was the only problem, that he needs to give me a fine. And I was so annoyed because I have been going on 90 and probably 100. I was slow then because I didn't want to go fast. After my 11 hours drive from Kaikoura, I said, okay, when I'm coming from Queenstown, I will just drive slowly. Lo and behold, that really annoyed me. That wind me up. Like, that was quite a mesmerizing incident. And it was the day that I just chose not to go 110 or 105 as the speed. The day I chose to go slow was the day that I became MIT, or let me say revenue collection for the police. Jeez, my day was just ruined. So all I said is, there is no problem, I will pay the fine, but from now on I will stop sticking to the speed limit, because it looks like once you stick to the speed limit you get fined. Once you don't stick to the speed limit, then you get scot-free, which is quite irritating. But anyways, yeah, that was why I was quite cautious and slow in overtaking. Not that I'm afraid, but just in case if somebody or a policeman is coming. But the common sense thing is you need to be fast in overtaking and returning back to the lane. So it looks like probably the New Zealand police are now probably 90% of the cause of road accidents. Yeah, because I believe that they are no more interested in governing road behaviors and governing the right attitude and etiquette in terms of road safety. Their main aim now is 100% revenue collection. So it is a shame. In New Zealand, that is what the police has now turned into, revenue collection, rather than keeping people safe in a reasonable and in a common sensed manner. But it is what it is. $80 fine will not make me richer or poorer. It's not going to do anything to me. However, it's just the penalty points that you accumulate once you are over the limit. So it is what it is. I wouldn't complain much, but yes, it turns out that New Zealand police now are the leading cause, 90% cause of the major accidents that we now have on the New Zealand road. It's a shame. Anyways, radio back on. Thank you, and let me continue my drive in peace. Thank you.
So in lots of ways now
T20 World Cup in the UAE should be seen as a defining tournament for the side. The 15-player squad is again led by veterans Sophie Devine and Susie Bates, who are set to play in their 9th World Cup. The Ferns lost 9 of 10 T20s against England this year, but Sawyer says that they're still learning and will get better.
The players that we're going to put out there we're really confident in, but hopefully they're going to play for a long time. And with the experience, if we can put all of that together on the day, then we're going to put our best foot forward. If that means that it's not quite good enough, then we'll set it up. But I'm pretty confident that we're going to show up.
Meanwhile, ground staff in Greater Noida used electric fans and even tried a grass transplant, but the outfield remained unfit for play on the scheduled second day of the one-off test between the Black Caps and Afghanistan. UFC boss Dana White anticipates Conor McGregor will return to the octagon early next year. McGregor hasn't fought since suffering a broken leg in a July 2021 loss to Dustin Poirier at UFC 264. The 36-year-old Irishman had to pull out of a fight in June with a broken toe. McGregor, the former UFC featherweight and lightweight champion, had been campaigning in Las Vegas in December, but White has confirmed that McGregor will not make his comeback before the end of this year. That's sports news. Let's back after this.
I'm Catherine Ryan on Right to Do Today. Kiwi Chief Executive Milford John Witness Bank needs to become the maverick competitor. W. Jackson developed a fiord set to combat sea sickness. Now it's being sold around the world. Oxford Professor Hemming Ari Watson and Wyman will be turned on politics in her own experience of being troubled by Jamie Banks. And the Rachel Weston shines a deep flame spotlight New Zealand's 28 species of native names. With them on Right to Know on RNZ National. We're on air on rnz.co.nz and Freedom Channel 50. The forecast from Met Service to midnight. Northland, Auckland, Coromandel Peninsula, Bay of Plenty. Generally fine, isolated showers clear this morning. Waikato, Whanganui, including the central high country, areas of cloud clearing this morning and then fine. Brisbane and Hawke's Bay, a few morning showers and then fine. Manawatu to Wellington, also Nelson and Marlborough, a fine day. All of Westland and Fiordland mainly fine at first, with the odd shower and Buller. There's rain for Fiordland this morning and spreads to southern Westland this afternoon, and elsewhere there's patchy drizzle. Canterbury, Otago and Southland fine for most from high cloud. Partly cloudy in Southland and Clutha with showers for Stewart Island. In the Chatham Islands, showers, some heavy and baby thumping clearing this evening. Main centre weather, Auckland partly cloudy with isolated showers, becoming fine this morning, fresh southwesterly seas this afternoon, 16. Rhode Island fine and sunny, southwesterly seas this evening, 18. Hamilton's fine apart from a few heavy showers, southwesterly seas this evening, 16. Wellington fine, southerlies to northerly this afternoon, high at 13. Christchurch fine, northeasterlies easing this evening, 14. And Dunedin may be fine, high cloud from afternoon. Westerlies turning northerly this morning, 17 degrees. This is RNZ National, it's 10 minutes past 8.
Thank you, Nicola. And this morning report. Two central North Island towns are in distress today after the closure of their respective mills. Stone Hope International, region's biggest employer, it's confirmed to be shutting its Kāroe and Taniwai operations. If the government could maybe have helped with the operator. Maybe the Chris Hipkins joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning.
Don't you know what kept them open?
I think they would have had to, I do think we need to look, and the government needs to look at the way the electricity market is operating. This is not going to be the only manufacturing business that shuts up shop if we don't fix the way the electricity market operates. So that certainly would have been a priority for us if we were in government. The behaviour that we've seen from the electricity generators over the last couple of months is, as a result of lower than expected rainfall for that time of year, has been unacceptable. They basically pushed the price high. They've made hundreds of millions of dollars in excess profits. Now it's rained and power prices have come back to normal, but in the meantime huge damage has been done.
Do you philosophically knowledge to whether you think the government should have stepped in here to keep these mills operating, to save the jobs in a community where it will be difficult for those workers to find similar jobs?
Well, I think the government should have looked at the mega profits that the electricity generators have been generating.
But they are looking at that. A specific answer about whether you would have stepped in to save them.
Well, I'm not going to give you one, Corey, but you just let me catch a breath. They should look at the very low base price for electricity in New Zealand. If we built all the renewable electricity generation that's already been incented, and we've got to look really closely at why the markets will do.
Okay, but are you saying, because I'm just putting the counter argument here, that is there not a risk if you give a short-term financial aid by using some of the dividends or whatever from the energy companies that the government gets, that you're going to have every factory that has high electricity bills around the country asking for the same sort of deal? And that's not realistic, is it?
It's certainly not a sustainable solution. And you will note that I say it was pretty clear that this would be a short-term one-off stopgap measure while we fix the electricity sector. Fundamentally, that's the way we can support manufacturing in New Zealand. We can't afford to lose manufacturing in the way that we're likely to if the electricity market's about to continue to operate the way that it has been.
I just wonder if you could comment on a quick story that's come through this morning. Wellington Local Regional Council, you're familiar with, saying it feels it's going to be short to the tune of $134 million for public transport funding from the government, following the recent announcements from the government. This is over 3 years, and that they're going to have to cut services. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the government ultimately have reduced as a proportion their investment in public transport and active transport options, and we're seeing that now playing out. They're putting all their eggs in the roading basket. They want to build more roads. They don't seem to be worried about the cost-benefit analysis that informs whether those roads are a good idea or not. They're just going to go ahead and build them anyway. Some of the roads of national significance actually have a very low cost-benefit ratio compared to other things that you would spend money on that would have a much higher cost-benefit ratio. The facts and the evidence don't seem to be coming into it.
Are you looked into this? I mean, I think I've heard you talk about this. I mean, some of these roads, you're not going to pull a bug out on these roads if they're underway.
If they're already underway, no. But bearing in mind that some of these roads will be staged over a long period of time. If you look at that road north of Auckland to Whangarei, yes, we do need to do something about that road. The fact that the endurance keeps getting washed out, that's not sustainable. We do need to do something about that. But if it's going to take 10% of the overall transport budget to build a 4-lane highway, then maybe we need to look at more modest options around how we can actually get some more resilience into that road.
Okay, final questions. We're covering a few issues this morning. Social media. I wonder if you have a view on the Australian Labor government and certainly the state government and the central government's back this idea of putting a ban on social media for, I guess, pre-teens. We're talking up to sort of 14. They're pretty serious about this over there. Is that something that New Zealand needs to consider as well, do you think?
Yeah, I think we should certainly be open to what's happening in Australia and other places around the world. The online environment, it can be very harmful to kids. And I can tell you as a parent that I use the tools that are available to restrict my young children's access to content online, but they're not foolproof. There are ways around them. And so age verification, of course, is one of the things that we should, as central government, we will look at. But also, let's not get ourselves into thinking that that's going to be foolproof either. I think one of the key things that we have to do is make sure we're educating our young people about how to keep themselves safe online. Schools have a role here. That's one of the reasons I'm worried about schools just being narrowed down to only focusing on reading, writing and maths. Actually, this is important stuff too.
The Australians made it work, the government actually worked a ban to some extent. Obviously, it's not going to be good. Would you back that idea of that sort of legislation?
Like I said, I'm really interested in seeing what the Aussies are doing. I'm open
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this road was closed yesterday and day before yesterday. It only just got reopened, so that was why I couldn't make it directly to Milford Sounds from Kaikoura. So as you can see, there are some works going on, and as you guys will see as we advance, there will be some major roadworks, especially going through the Homer Tunnel where they did the TNT blast of the snow mountain, and for the snow to fall down onto the road and for them to clear it up. So yeah, there is major work going on due to snow, due to heavy rain, due to God knows wind, heavy wind and all. So yes, you guys will see some constructions going. Hopefully they would have finished by the time we reach, because they reopened it yesterday. So yesterday I think around 3 p.m. or so. So it gave them at least 1.5 to 2 days of complete time to do the work. So we'll see how it goes. Anyways, let's continue. It's the 100 km/h mark. Let me concentrate. Thank you. Road closing 5 p.m. That is the signal that I'm getting. So what it means is I need to go for my cruise by 10:45 and get out of here before 5. If not, they will shut the road, they will shut the tunnel, which is not what I want to experience. I don't want to be stuck here on this Fiordlands area. So yeah, I'm just telling you guys, so I just have a limited amount of time. Get to Milford Sound, take the cruise, go into the fjords. That's what it's called. It's what's happening inside the fjords when you guys get the cruise. I believe it's behind all these mountains, and there will be rivers that you have to maneuver. So we'll see those when we do the cruise boat. So yeah, let's keep going. Just informing you guys about the road closure as I just saw it, so it will be good that I remind myself that road is gonna be closed, just in case if something pops up at the center when we reach the Milford Sound Center, so that I don't forget that road closes by 5 p.m. so that I can always remind myself that I don't need to hang around for too long. I need to quickly go in and I need to quickly get out. Alright, so thank you. Let's keep moving. Thank you.
Using hot carbonation extraction to lift dirt to the surface, and less water for a clean that dries in hours, not days. If a disaster strikes, when a pipe bursts or a downpour hits, our 24/7 emergency water damage technicians are on standby to help with that too. Book your home refresh today. 0800 Chem-Dry.
Hey, wake up to a new way to save, invest, and get a home loan. It's like the butterfly effect, but for your money. Visit squirrel.co.nz and
can't believe that I'm going to arrive 1 hour early to the, not even 1 hour early, an hour 45 minutes early is what, sorry, it's 1 hour early. Sorry, yeah, 15 more minutes. So it looks like I'm gonna arrive 1 hour earlier than scheduled. So I'll see if I can stop somewhere if we see any scenery. Maybe do some short videos on the side, and then keep going. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure that you guys enjoyed the Kaikoura video where I stopped to view the sunrise. That was absolutely spectacular. So yeah, but we'll see if there is anything happening on here. Tutoko Bridge, we've done that already last time we were here at Milford Sound, so I don't think I will be stopping there again. What else? Nothing more. Let me see if my radio is on. Look to your left, there is a river. I don't know if these trees will allow you guys see it. Possibly not. Okay, maybe a little bit. Yeah, let's keep going. Fergus. Yeah, to my right hand side is Lake Fergus. I have done a video on Lake Fergus, short video on it, but the time I came it was extremely cloudy. This time around it is looking quite good on here because of the clear skies. Yeah, but because I've done a video on it, they really want to stop and do another video again. My main aim is to cross the Homer Tunnel, and once we cross the Homer Tunnel, I would like to stop after the Homer Tunnel and take some videos, short videos on the mountains there to see if they're actually pouring down with water since it has been raining, so the mountain should open up. So that's my main aim, to be honest. So Lake Fergus, I have done a video on it, short video, so no need. The divide. I haven't had breakfast yet. I just left immediately from the accommodation straight to the road. So yeah, I haven't had anything to eat. As you guys can see, it's getting Dhaka is getting wetter from here on. So we'll see what the mountains are doing anyways by the time we reach. Oh dear, oh my god, if you guys can see what I can see, you guys will be amazed. Let me see, can I stop? No, I cannot. Can I tilt the camera a little bit? Yes, I can, but oh my gracious me. Let me retilt back the camera so that you guys don't see the holder. But yes, you guys can imagine what's going on on my right hand side, because oh my goodness, I can just feel the creepiness of the woods. Absolutely incredible. What a weather. Jeez bro, this is absolutely incredible. So you guys can hear the rivers. Absolute brilliant. What a weather. What a weather. So that's me on 3X. I've waved to one of the tourists to stop so that they can also come and experience this view. So yeah, they are coming. So it is a breathtaking view, in my humble opinion. Glacial crossroads. So yeah, we'll see what happens when we get to the fjords. All right, folks, that's the end of the show. Need to head back into the car before I'm late for my cruise ship. All right, folks, we are back in the car. What a view. What a view. Double indicator off and yeah, brakes off. I need to look left and right to see who is coming and who is not coming. Alrighty. Oh my gracious me, what a day. This is one-way bridge. Let me concentrate, get out of here, and then I can talk my trash with you guys. But I hope you guys enjoyed that. Oh my goodness. I'm also gonna cut that part and just do a separate video on it, just in case, so that I can have that as a standalone, so that if anybody's looking for that view, they can go to a standalone part of the video to get it, rather than them trying to scroll through how many hours of drive. Oh dear, absolutely brilliant. Now I can take my time anyways and do my drive the way I want to do it. Well, I'm looking at the mountains. I'm expecting water to be gushing forth, but I'm not seeing any gushing water. Because the trick is you need to go immediately after there is something called overnight rainfall. Hollyford Fiordland, Milford, my gracious me. So yeah, you need to go immediately after massive rainfall. I might stop here again and give you guys a view. The reason why I'm stopping is I believe I've seen this place before, but I haven't had a chance to actually stop properly and do a video on the gorge. Gorge is looking nice with the river. Okay, there is no place to stop on here. There is a one-way bridge incoming. So yeah, it's about me giving maximum concentration. I also did short videos as well of that place. I don't know what it is called, but I did make sure to get some clear shots of the information as well. Alrighty, another one-way bridge or one-way lane. There's a bridge. We have one guy coming, so who gives way for who? Falls Creek. Okay, he gave me way. Thank you. I will need to stop at Falls Creek just to see what is going on here at Falls Creek. Who is coming behind me? Nobody. And yes, let me. I need to park like this so that when I go, I will just do U-turn. No, let me say, is it 360, 180, 90 degrees bend, so that I use my side mirror to see who is coming and I use my eyes in front to see who is also coming. That's how I escape. Pew! All right, let me show you guys the Falls Creek and we'll be on our way. Do I turn off the engines? No need. Let me leave my phone. No need. Hopefully nobody robs me. Geez, where's my key? Yeah. You guys can hear the sound of the river. Alrighty, Falls Creek. Let me go to 1x zoom. Absolutely brilliant. It looks like I'm going to consume my buffer, my 1 hour buffer early schedule. Because that was the reason anyways I'm coming early so that I can at least stop on the way and get some shots. So yeah, those are the rocks. Falls Creek. Absolutely beautiful. Absolute beauty. Let me do a short video on this. All right, I've gotten my pictures, so people are turning up. All right, that's all, folks. Let me get out of here. As you guys can see, the blue water is actually the glacier water coming from the mountain. That's why it's so blue. Absolutely remarkable. Incredible. All right, everybody, we are back into the car and I need to be on my way out. Yeah, people going into the creek, but avalanche area now. Yes, like I said, this is an avalanche area. There are people going down. I wouldn't risk doing that. I'll see if I can do that when I come. Oh, but what a view! My gracious me, what a view of the lake. Falls Creek, it was. Oh my goodness, I don't know what the fjords are gonna look like in this weather. I don't know, to be honest. I have no clue what the fjords are gonna look like. Looks like we are seeing less of the road and more of the mountains due to the setting. It is normal, it is alright. Milford Sound. Milford Sound. Enough jokes, let's keep going. Jeez, I haven't been wearing my jacket going out to do some of the videos, which is not good because the weather is 4 degrees, which is extremely cold. And I don't want to get sick. It's not what you want. I'm looking out to my right hand side. I'm seeing some spectacular views, but at least I'm trying my best to show you guys what I can on the road because I can't be going out every single time to video. It's quite tough, but Let me see. I think I need to just give me some time. Let me park on here. Let me park on here and just give me, I'll do it from my car. Yeah, I'll do it from here. I wouldn't waste any more time. All right, so the cars have passed. All right, let's keep moving. Jeez, too much. Okay, a car is coming. Oh my goodness, Rockfall area, and I'm here in the heart of the disaster zone. Here perambulating instead of me to get out of here in no due course. I am here looking at the mountains. No, it's absolutely brilliant, to be honest. This is 9 o'clock. I have 30 minutes to arrive, which means I'm still an hour early, even after all the stops. But what would I say? Well, let's cross the Homer Tunnel, then we'll know how much we need to stop, because that's where you have the highlands. That's where you have the huge highlands. So I will need to stop. That's my main goal, is to, on the road, it's not actually the Falls Creek, but the highlands there after you cross the Homer Tunnel, to see whether the mountains are alive with multiple waterfalls gushing forth. The last time I was here, you guys can go watch the other video. I came here in summer. It was nothing like this. It was nothing like this in the summer. Well, I'm not too sure if I can overtake this guy, but I might just need to hurry he or she up so that they can move. Rather than me trying to overtake them, at least they should just stick to the speed limit of 100, which I'm not expecting them to stick to, because people want to absorb the view. It's not everyone that is recording, so can't really blame anybody. So we shall go at your pace, but at your pace I don't know if I will arrive on time. Yes, this was where I was planning on. Oh my gracious me, I need to see those birds. Just give me a moment. For some reason, What's the name of this bird?
I'm not sure.
Your camper van to be their host and park on the road.
To be a housing ground. They only come out during the rain.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't come out any other time, only when it rains. Because of the videos I have seen,
Yeah.
only when it rains.
Yeah, right. Okay. See ya.
Thank you guys, well done. It only comes out during the rain.
Oh, really?
Yeah. During summer, it's invisible.
Oh. Wait for the
Bad idea.
That's okay.
All right, guys. Yeah, there was a bird there. Jeez, seatbelts. All right. The red stone is my next stop. There is a parking on the side. Last time I was here, I just breezed past. I didn't bother. Ah, seatbelts. Come on. So yeah, I will need to stop somewhere and probably have a look on the other side. Take a short video on that red spot because I saw it in the summer. So yeah, the birds were actually quite interesting birds. I don't know what their name is, but I'll search them up later on because if I want to do the video, I'll need to post the accurate name. Alright, so yeah, what an absolute incredible time we are having here. Been waiting for the rain to hit Milford Sound so that, oh my goodness me. Okay, somebody's filling up the potholes. To be honest, when last I came here, the grass wasn't grown like this. Grass was short and people were able to... Okay, let me do a quick one from my car. People were able to actually park somewhere. I believe this is the only red one that we have. So this has actually grown quite substantial. Anyways, yeah, I'll just do it from my car. And yeah, it is drizzling. So those birds that you guys saw only come in the rainy season. Once it rains, they come. If it doesn't rain, they don't come. Because I've been here in the summer, so I know. That's the guy filling up the pothole. So thank him for that, for doing those. Alright, let me just do a short video on this red part and then I'll be out of here because the car in front has already moved. No time to waste. Alright, let's get out of here. For some reason I forgot to turn on the camera. And by the time I moved, I'm like, shit, the video is not on. Dear, sometimes, yeah, it does happen. So instead of us seeing the mountains come alive with rain, it looks like the mountains will be coming alive with snow. Oh dear, this is gonna be an interesting video review. (9:20). So I am at about 18 minutes to go before I reach my destination. Meaning that I still have buffer just in case. I think I came 2 hours ahead of time or something, or an hour 30 minutes. So yeah, there was a buffer zone. This is avalanche area. Caution wide vehicles. Milford Sound's Piopiotahi, as it is called. much rock slides rather. As you guys can see, most of the rocks have been cleared off the road. Some of them you can still see. I hope no rock falls from the sky to hit me, because that would be nice. But yeah, there is a lot of rock debris. So yes, it did snow, like I said. That's why yeah, like I said, they were clearing the roads going to Homer Tunnel Avalanche Shelter Renewal. Let me try and get a picture. Homer Tunnel. Let me know where I'm going so that I don't land inside the ice and then my tires cannot move. Yeah, that would be quite nonsensical. Double indicators on. Alright, so I have taken some videos. Let me switch it off and take a short video and then be out of here. Well, let me show you guys what's going on the sides rather. So this is where I am at. Interesting. Anyways, let me do the short video and we can reconvene. First, let me give you guys in-depth view. It's good that it is raining because that's what we want. The fjords. Looks like this was built newly because when I came in here in the summer I didn't see this. Interesting. Anyways, let's get out of here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let us get out of here. Yeah, so what it looks like is we have approached the Homer Tunnel. For those of you who haven't seen the video of the Homer Tunnel crossing that I've done in the summer, we have a tunnel that allows us to cross to the other side. So let's see how the other side is going to look like since there is snow. I wasn't expecting snow, I was hoping for rain. But we'll see what it looks like. That means, yeah, it will be quite difficult to get the waterfalls to come alive. But we'll see what will happen after the crossing. We'll see if we'll be getting waterfalls or we'll just be getting plain ice. Yep, not easy at all. It is what it is. All right, trying to get the best balance for this guy. Up, a little bit of a tilt. Can still see you, which is not what I want to see. Tilt again. Okay, so the cars are coming in. Means that we'll be crossing soon. That means I'll need to probably stop the video and then get it back on. It depends on how fast the crossing from the other side is, then we can possibly start moving ASAP. So yeah, that's why you give buffer zone when you have a cruise and you have to cross your way onto Milford Sound. The traffic has built up behind me, and as much as it built up in front of me. So everybody going to Milford Sound, those that have a 10:45 ferry, as you can imagine, this is 9:28, so people want to head to their respective check-in location ahead of time. So 15 minutes before I arrive, it means that I should have an hour, solid hour of buffer, just in case anything happens from now until God knows when. But yeah, we are entering the tunnel. They have reinforced the tunnel. They've done huge amount of work from the last time I was here. You guys can always check the video. So yeah, that is the Homer tunnel that we are entering. So yeah, they've done quite a number of work on this tunnel, because the last time I was here, this wasn't how it looked. So picture again, picture, thank you. So yeah, the tunnel has been built properly now, and then you enter. So yeah, that first few bits that we passed was not built the last time I was here. It was under construction, but now, voila, lo and behold, they have built something. Main entrance, or the first entrance, and then this is the tunnel going into the Homer tunnel. Be a good idea if I keep a good safe following distance with the car in front, because the tunnel is just going downhill. I have headache and I need coffee. Yeah, it's telling me, would you like to take a break? That's what the sound from the car is coming out. We are exiting the tunnel now. Gosh, huge amount of down slope that it thrusted me forward a bit. Yeah, this was the place that I was talking about. This was the place that I was talking about, that I needed to stop. But as you guys can see, you guys are seeing exactly what I'm seeing, so there is no lies on here. I can't spot any waterfalls, unfortunately, so it's all covered in snow, because these mountains usually they gush forth with I've decided to push the car holder up, or the phone holder up, so that you guys can see what I'm seeing in real time. Normally the mountains gush forth with water. Yeah, there are water gushing forth from the mountain. I'll leave it up until when I'm coming back, and I'm gonna park somewhere here when next I come in. which will be in the afternoon. The fog would have cleared. As you guys can see, huge amount of fog. There is no point of me stopping to take a video, but I will wait and hope that if the sun or the rain beats more and the fog disappears towards the afternoon time, the waterfalls will be better by the time I come rather than snow. So yeah, this is absolutely incredible coming here in the winter time where there is snow. Absolutely outstanding. Let me make sure that the heater of the windscreen is on so that I don't get fog. So what I've done is I've tilted the phone camera up to the max that I know how to tilt it. The reason is so that you guys can actually see in real time what is being seen on here. I can tilt it back down so that you guys can see the road, but I believe the best view should be tilting it up so that you guys can see exactly what the driver is saying, which won't be the case if I have done it the usual way of me mounting it on my dashboard. As you guys noticed from my drive from Kaikoura to Teanau, 11 hours drive, the mount wasn't gripping the plastic dashboard. I don't know, but it could grip on the glass, so it's been mounted on the glass, meaning that it gives it a different view and a different perspective. So that's what you guys are seeing. So it is actually a good thing for us. Benefit of the doubt is that every disappointment is a blessing, so we get this type of view. It means that we are no longer concentrated on the road. We are much more on the views of the mountains. So about 10-15 minutes to arrival onto Milford Sound, Piopiotahi. Can say well done to myself that I am on time for the first time in recent histories, which is usually not the case that I am on time, but since you have not eaten, oh my goodness, and having long drives, frequent stops, what happened to all the cars behind me? Okay, one is coming. I was like, what is happening? Is it a ghost town? No, it looks like the downhill, uphill, people are taking their time climbing and descending. Actually, we are on the descent. We finished the climbing. We are now descending down to the flat land of the fiords. Fiordland. The chasm. Let me point the camera back up, please, so that you guys can see so that you guys can see the waterfalls, or the thin waterfalls coming from the mountains, so that I don't miss it and you guys don't miss it as well. Avalanche area and traffic behind you, let it pass. That is the rule of the road, but I believe the rule of the road will not suffice here. The chasm, I have gone to that area, but there is really nothing going on there. It's just probably another walkway or track, I guess. My goodness, I am just yawning because I'm tired. Oh, I need to eat. Yep, that's the chasm. I have been down that area, then you park and then you have to journey to. You need to go to one place, track. It's just a track, walkway or something. I believe so. From my memories, there will be a suspension bridge on your right hand side. I believe that's the Tukoko, or is it Tutoko? I don't know, forgot the pronunciation. It is Tutoko, T-U-T-O-K-O. I just saw the signs. Yep. If you guys can look to your left, let me twist the camera to the left because it looks like the mountains are opening with rain, waterfall. No, so that you guys don't miss it once the opportunity arises, because it looks like I'm the only one saying it, or you guys can say it. It depends on if the camera has actually caught it on tape. We are about anything from 5 to 10 minutes to arrival, depending on how these guys drive, because you're virtually stuck behind them. bridge. Looks like everybody's gonna pass anyways. Yeah, so there will be a big train. Anybody wanting to pass will be on their own, because there will be a huge ass train. Yep, that is it, folks. The river. It is hard to get. Sorry, not the river. The waterfall on the mountain, on the Rock Mountains. Anyways, I wouldn't stress myself too much. If you guys see it, fine. If you don't see it, there's nothing we can do. But I'll just position the camera like this so that you guys might get the opportunity once it comes. But definitely, if I can see it, you guys should be able to see it through the camera. Depends on how much I'm twisting my neck. Yeah, there is one above us. Just here, just now. Yes, you guys can see it. Yep, there is one just above me. Just above here. And to your left hand side, what do we have? Okay, that's me adjusting the camera again for you guys to be able to see what I'm saying. So the phone is actually positioned close to my head, which is not what I was hoping for, but that's the nature of the mount. At about 5 minutes, we should be able to reach Milford Sound, Piopiotahi. As you guys can see, there's a very long DRS train. That's the train on there, so that this guy doesn't think that I'm mad. Let me position myself back onto the road. Lane bridge. Anybody living Milford Sounds in the morning, you'll be in big trouble. Yeah, that's the Tukoko Bridge, suspension bridge, just to my right hand side. Tukoko Valley. I've done a video on the Tukoko Bridge, so you guys can always pause the video and have a read. Sorry, pause. Oh my goodness, you guys can always go search up the video. Oh my goodness, that was muscle memory. Yeah, you guys can always go search up that video of Tukoko Bridge. Done an in-depth analysis on that bridge. Showed you guys everything that you need to know. Milford Sound Lodge. So if you're locked out, this is where you have to sleep. Pay the price. Cafe open. Piopiotahi Cafe. So yeah, Milford Sound Lodge. So if you lodged here, I believe the Milford Sound Piopiotahi, welcome guys, welcome, welcome, welcome. I believe the free parking should be on your left hand side, but oh, I have gotten signal. 3G is on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Milford Sound. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, the radio is working. Welcome to Milford Sound. Milford Sound. Yeah, this is the free parking on your left hand side, and then you can walk 30 minutes walk to the information center. All right, anyways guys, I need to log off here, get this camera out, charge it for the cruise ship into the fjords. That will be another video once this is done. And what else? Yes, I need to read my instructions on how to get to the check-in part of the drive. Yeah, you can see people are working, so you park, 30 minutes walk. It's not too bad of a walk, to be honest. But anyways, helicopter glacier, I've been there. You guys can check out the video. What else? No car parking. Yeah, anyways, all I can say is thank you guys very much. I need to do a lot of things. I need to set up myself for success. I need to set up myself for success so that I can be able to know what I'm doing in terms of reading the instructions on how to get to my check-in counter. Anyways, paid parking area, parks available, paid parking area. Yeah, that's the camera. I'll just go and get the free parking then. Anyways, you guys, a very big thank you to each and every single one of you. I think I know where I am going to now. Thank you very much. Please hit that like button. It is food for the YouTube algorithm, and if this is your first time on here, please hit that like button, pledge your allegiance to us, smash that subscribe button. Yeah, absolutely appreciate. Yeah, smash that subscribe button. And what else? There is really nothing much I can actually tell you guys. Yeah, there is nothing much I can tell you guys, but can this guy move? So that's paid parking. So let me see what I can do. No, I should have actually gone inside here. Yes, this is where I was looking for. Yeah, this is paid parking area. I think this is for camper van or something. Anyways, if you have enjoyed the drive, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new on here. We do things like this on a day-to-day basis. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I need to get out of here. I need to read my instructions to see what is going on, and I'll get back to you guys. And I need to charge this in the car. Anyways, let me bring it out and show you guys the area. The phone is extremely hot. It is raining. So this is the Milford Sound. Alrighty, thank you very much. See you guys in the next one. Thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome. We have arrived here at the Milford Sound. So what will happen is I'm going to the area where you need to check into the cruise boat. I am late, so I need to speed up. So I need to speed up and go and sign in. So it's about 300 meters. So yeah, I'll be paying for the parking anyways, but it's gonna cost me $10 an hour, which is fine. So yeah, I met some people. They said hello to me, said hello back, and I asked them if they enjoyed the drive, and they said yes, it was amazing. Then I told them that yeah, the rain during this rainy season is the best time to come. They said yes, that the rain makes it magical. So yeah, good people to interact with, but little did they know that I have been driving for God knows when, ages. So yeah, after this trip, probably I need to be headed towards Christchurch area. So as you guys can imagine, that's a lot of driving for me. Yeah, and there's a lot of driving. You guys can always pause the video and have a read. Rain makes Milford Sound, Piopiotahi, the 8th wonder of the world. I have not had time to get anything to drink. Seriously need to use the bathroom because I've been journeying non-stop. But anyways, we'll see how that will pan out. Maybe that car is for, maybe it's for the staff members, because usually they won't allow you to go in. So cruise boats. Notorious native resident. Okay, that is the area that we need to go. Yeah, 10:45 a.m. cruise is going to be, it's going to be a tricky one due to fog and everything, but we'll see what happens when you go into the fiords. And what do we have here? Like I said, probably those cars should be cars for the workers, because they won't allow you bring in your car. No special treatment for anybody. Please stay on footpath. It is raining. Cooked. Ridiculous. Maybe somebody pasted it on there by themselves. Yep, we are almost there at the cruise line. All right, we are reaching the area where we will check in and sign in good faith. What have they built here? Oh, sorry. Oh, there is bathroom on here. Finally. So, what does it say? Kia ora, welcome, Milford Sound. Alright, I've spotted my cruise boat for today. Milford Cruise. Okay, let me go and check in, guys. Thank you. See you guys later. Alright, folks, I've been given my boarding pass. Milford Sound, Milford Cruise. So I'll be heading inside for us to see what is going on. And I think it's just 2 minutes before I start. 2 minutes before I start boarding. Boarding is 10:45. So boarding is 10:45. So I need to move to the gate and go board. So you guys have seen the inside of the terminal. No need for introduction. $10.35. All right, so it's boarding time. Oh, sorry. I almost closed it on somebody. Platform 3. Where is platform 3? Milford Haven. Milford Sovereign. This is gate 7, so I need to go to gate 3. Okay, I've seen gate 3, so I need to go to gate 3. So that's one I'm going to be using. Milford Explorer, I believe. Maybe, may not be not, we'll see. Need to find my square root first. Okay, there is only one way to gate 3. Okay, that's fine.
Not us. They boarded 10 minutes before their departure time. So if you're 11 o'clock, it'll be 10 to 11.
Hi. I'm late for my cruise, 10:45.
Thank you.
10:45, gate 3.
All the way
Thank you.
down to the end.
So yeah, I'm on the small boat today. Good morning. How are you? Good. Hello. Left or right? Which one is the best?
Inside or outside? If you're outside, it doesn't matter, but if you're inside, left is the best.
Thank you. Hello. So left is the way to go rather than right.
angle we see these mountain sides here up the waterline, that is generally the angle from the surface to the very U-shaped section of the fjord. Seawater simply because freshwater is a lot less heavy or dense than saltwater.
northern side of the fjord. You can see a vague white stripe on the mountainside. That is the Stirling Falls. They are the shorter of the two permanent waterfalls here in Milford, dropping 480 feet or 146 metres. Quite difficult to see, but if you look just above the falls, you'll see a definite U-shaped valley there. They are known as hanging valleys, formed by smaller tributary glaciers grinding their way down from the sides. So if you can make out the shape of that valley above the falls over to the right there, that would give you a fairly rough idea of what the bottom contours of the fjord itself might look like. When it's raining heavily here, as I mentioned, there are quite literally thousands of dolphins to be seen. It's a very impressive way to view the area. And the temporary waterfalls can start very quickly. Within 1 hour of heavy rain beginning, there are waterfalls everywhere. And then within a couple of hours of the rain stopping, more than 90% of them cease to flow. Fiord is a relatively damp part of the world, averaging on 7 metres and around 22 feet of rain in a year, which of course is only an average. 2020, for instance, was a slightly damp year here, recording 10.2 metres of rain. Now, it certainly doesn't rain every day. It's more so when it does, at times, it really does not mess around. The record for 24 hours of rainfall here at Milford is 26 inches or 630 millimetres. Now, just to put that into context, the City of London, England, which some people class as a damp town, averages just 590 millimetres annually. So we have seen in excess of that in a single day here in Fiordland. here, dropping from a height of 80 metres straight into the fiord. We have the Fairy Falls. Ahead and to the right, dropping into the patch of flat forested land, the Bridledale Falls. And hard round to the right, over on the opposite side of the fiord, running from high up in the Palisades mountain range, the Palisades Falls. So these three are here for a lot of the year in one form or another, but given 2 to 3 weeks without rainfall in summer, and they will completely disappear. Whereas during winter, right through until quite late in the spring, they tend to have fairly consistent snow and ice melt feeds.
Oh, sorry.
You're right. See?
today's terminology, sound is the wrong title for this area. So true sounds, like the Marlborough Sounds at the top end of the South Island, are river-eroded valleys that have been backfilled by the sea. Ancient riverbeds that typically begin inland, very narrow and shallow, but do progressively become deep and wide, especially out towards the coast. Whereas fiords, as we have here, are always glacially formed valleys. So they've been carved out by ice during the ice ages and then backfilled with the rise in sea level at the end of the last ice age. Now, these advancing glaciers would also drive ahead of them huge quantities of rock ground off the mountainsides. Then, on the glacier's retreat back up into the mountains at the end of each ice age, all of that rock was deposited out towards the entrance just ahead of us here. So the entrance to a true fiord tends to become relatively shallow. Just a couple of minutes as we cross out onto the coast, there'll only be around 60 metres of water beneath us, in contrast to the 300 further back inside the fiord. This big pile of rock and rubble building up below us, it's known as a terminal moraine or a glacial sill. They are a feature common to all true fiords, and you can see some of that moraine above the surface just ahead on the left-hand shoreline, the form of most of the rocks and boulders over there. I say most, as that pile, for lack of a better term, has been topped up over the ages from time to time, with rock slips finding their way down from higher up on the left. The last one about 4 years ago, taking out a lot of trees along the way. But the bulk of the debris along that southern shore is terminal moraine deposited there by the glaciers. Ahead and to the right is, of course, the open Tasman Sea, named after Abel Tasman, the Dutch explorer and navigator, first European to sight New Zealand way back in 1642. Now, just a faint hint of a swell out here today, but it will still make for a change in the motion of the vessel, so just if you are standing or moving around the decks, please take that extra bit of care and make use of railings as necessary. If we do have any parents or caregivers with very young children, it might be easier just to have them seated. And of course, please be careful with hot drinks. Certainly not every day that these passenger vessels here in Milford even venture outside of a fiord. Due to that ridge of terminal moraine that we've just crossed, acting as a very effective natural wave barrier, when we do see any really severe weather from the northwesterly quarter in particular, the change in conditions across the entrance can be extremely abrupt. So quite rare for cruises to be cancelled outright due to weather here in Milford, but not uncommon for everyone to have turned around about 500 metres ago and avoid the coast altogether. Just going to look along this little section of this rocky shoreline here. It's one area we know there to be nest sites for the fiordland crested penguin. Not making any promises, but Marius seems to think he's found one, so if anyone's planning on getting a look at it, you'll have to find your way to the front of the vessel. Oh yeah, I can see one up that creek bed there, just ahead and to the left as well. I haven't seen Marius's one yet, but there's certainly one. Oh, there's quite a, yeah, one just making its way up, two, sorry, making their way up that creek bed, right on the vegetation line, one further up. Anyone struggling to see them, the best advice we can give, might sound a little facetious, look for the black and white thing.
Oh my god! If I had the Samsung 200 zoom, oh, they're hopping around.
Difficult to get a handle on what size these birds are.
Are those penguins?
Generally,
Yeah,
a little over, for those who deal in the old money, a little over a foot in height. Foot and a half or so.
Oh, okay. Penguins. 1, 2, 3. 3 penguins. 4. Is it 4? I'm on 10x zoom, so I don't know how much. So yeah, I can see 1, 2, 3. One is jumping down now.
Oh, quite a few of them there. Pretty lucky, really, as they are said to still be the third rarest penguin in the world. So, while we do have reasonable luck seeing them at this time of the year, as it is their nesting season, they are only in the area for their nesting season, which runs from late July through to mid-December or thereabouts. We still certainly don't see them every single sailing. Certainly on the days we can't exit the fiord, makes it a lot less likely. past headland, we can see ahead and to the left there, St Anne's Point. That marks the southern approach to Milford. So if we were to head out and around St Anne's Point and follow the coastline down to the left, or in that southwesterly direction to begin with, we would eventually end up travelling past the 13 other fjords that make up the Fiordland National Park. If, however, one was to set off from St Anne's Point there on a due westerly course, they would want to be in a very seaworthy and extremely well-provisioned vessel, because heading due west from there, the next landfall does not occur until Argentina. Visually overlap and effectively block the waterway from our view. Let's imagine now from just a few miles further out offshore, and this would give the impression of the sea just being southwest So that's the most likely reason that the very noteworthy English explorer, navigator and cartographer, Captain James Cook, right past Milford on 2 occasions in finding the place. Now, he was the first European to discover and name many of the fjords further south of here, Milford being the northernmost in a series of 14. Second one of those. Fiordland coast was in 1773. It's European history, not beginning until 1812. The Welsh Scenic Cruise good evidence of Milford's glacial origins. So, looking near to here, 12 o'clock, you see that ridge line running down into the water at about a 70-degree angle. And if you visually follow that ridge line back up to the left, you can see how it forms a couple of giant stem-like shapes in the mountainside. So the top of each stem is once a fiord, and as the result of the first seem to have occurred around 20 million years ago. Difficult to see with the cloud on the opposite side of the moment, but just make out there's a corresponding ridgeline on the opposite side of the fiord. Very easy to imagine how that would have once linked up with the bottom step ahead on the left there to completing a gap. And the fifth component glacier that gouged out the whole bottom of the fiord, that's said to have retreated in the region of just 15 to 17,000 years ago. Which of course in geological terms is yesterday. Still make a stop up at this rocky point coming up on the left. Nothing of a large rock right on the point, unfortunately, but there should be some New Zealand fossils lurking around the side. You may have seen a few of the water already today. Much more up to the but I can see this one up there, right up by the tree line so far. First thing you'll notice about these animals is that they're not particularly large. In this fiord we see predominantly juvenile males that come in here to hide from the much larger adult males or the dominant bulls that rule the coastal breeding colonies. Fully grown, these little guys here, they could be anywhere up to 160 kilograms in weight and possibly 1.8 metres in length. And one I've seen so far is just hidden behind a rock. We get a better view of them around this side, but can just see it coming into view over to the left there. Oh, it's hardly a group at the moment, isn't it? That's the only one I've seen so far. There must be some fish science about keeping them in the fiord or in the water rather than out on the rocks. Is their standard routine is fish all night, sleep all day. They are typically nocturnal, but they are also very opportunistic and as the food's around, it will tempt them into the water during the day. Unfortunately, we can't get very close to that one there, so we might continue on and just hope we... Oh. Okay, so there's one trying to get out onto the large rock there. Apparently not every attempt's a success, but he got there. There we go, that's much better viewing, yeah. water just ahead of us
Seal
around the
Colonel.
birds up there.
Seal. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Might be working a school of fish. We'll just slow down. But I doubt we'll see much with the watercolour being what it is today.
Oh, there's a seal inside the water.
There is.
Yeah. What's that?
With the watercolour being what it is, it won't be much viewing to be had really. Stirling Falls coming up on the left here, 480 feet or 146 metres high. Most really tend to agree that from down here the falls don't look quite that tall. Something that we locally refer to as the dwarfing effect, caused by these relatively tall mountains all around us. So just to put things into context, the mountain that serves as a backdrop to the falls straight ahead of us, Mount Kimberley, is 1,302 metres or over 4,000 feet high. That might put some scale to it for you. Of course, we always seem to have at least a few on board who feel it has not been a proper visit to Milford unless they've managed to get a little up close and personal with the waterfall. So we won't go charging right up to the base of the falls, but we will go about halfway through the spray zone there.
Brace.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to say.
A lot of water.
Brace
If
to
that
be
doesn't
baptized.
sound like it's for you, head inside. Now. You did not have to wait out there for the best photo opportunity. All that's going to achieve is you'll find out that only one person fits through a door at a time. The best photos of the falls are gained off the rear of the vessel once we've cleared the spray and are heading away from the falls. So if warm and dry is your thing and you're currently outside, you have mere seconds to find your way inside. For those choosing to remain out there, that's fine. It's only water, fairly cool but unlikely to kill anyone. But please do take appropriate care of any non-water resistant cameras out there. Hide them under a jacket, something along those lines.
I do have enough battery to finish the tour.
Yeah, you got enough.
Yeah, but I need to apply heat inside to dry out.
Were you able to?
Yeah. Yeah. But it can't charge anyways. Could you today's water already inside?
It's like I took a shower today.
Yeah, exactly.
Up to 20 commercial fishing vessels working out of Milford. They do not fish inside the fiords themselves, they just work the open fiordland coast for predominantly crayfish or Pacific rock lobster as it's known in some parts of the world. Per nautical mile of coastline, the fiordland coast would arguably be the most productive crayfishery anywhere in the world. you'll be travelling through a bay known as Harrison Cove. Now, Harrison Cove is Milford's only all-natural anchorage. The reason is there are two other harbours within the fiord, where a deep water basin, where the fishing vessels are based, and freshwater basin, the harbour we departed from. Both of those, however, have been man-made from one degree to another. Channels drained, rainfalls added and so on. So prior to anchoration, the only place one could safely anchor a vessel here was around this point on the left, up in the back corners of Harrison Cove. Everywhere else within the fiord is simply far too deep and sheer to be practical anchoring, and also somewhat exposed to the odd severe nor'wester. Those northwesterly winds can easily double in speed from whatever they blow out on the open coast as they're funnelled down the narrow confines of the fiord. You just have to slow down here. Very shortly you'll see a building come into view on the left, or at least what remains of it. It's the Milford Underwater Observatory, a floating structure, but it's supposed to be floating a little more than they would like currently. It sustained some quite severe storm damage a couple of weeks ago. Currently engaged in salvage work, so we just have to tootle past at a no wake speed.
What a order. Jeez.
Yeah, I think there's another penguin out on the rocks. This rocky shoreline just ahead of us here. Yep. Standing side on, so can't see very much of the white at the moment. You see the little yellow crest above each eye. Dead ahead, just beneath the trees on the rocks there. We'll be able to get here a little bit closer than we could to the previous group, but it is just one out there.
Oh yeah. I think I saw him move. He's close to the water?
Yeah, time doesn't stand still even for penguins, so we'll have to continue on. beginning the head of the fiord. Through here, a couple of haze at the moment, of course. It's known as the sheer house. 80 meters to the sides of the cloud. I was based inside the sheer valley, which was bordered by two river valleys. Up around to the left, the Piopiotahi Valley is the one that the road follows down from behind the tunnel. Up to the right, that mark, about half a kilometre south of the island, there's a place called Scenic Cruise. That marks the finish of the very popular Milford Road track. About 12,000 people complete the Milford Track every summer season. Their journey beginning at the northern end of Milford Town after a short boat ride. From there we'll spend the next 4 days wandering the 33.5 miles or 51 kilometres to South Road. If it remains space, the whole stay will set up, being about 6 hours walking. For someone taking it fairly easy. We'll spend the 3 nights on the train around the huts and lodges depending on whether they opt for the independent or the fully gated guided walks respectively. Men from South Road are collected by a vessel that plies the river several times every afternoon during the track season, and that takes them on a short journey back around to the harbour. Like every walking trail in the area, there is some very impressive scenery to be taken in along the Milford Track, including the country's tallest waterfall. Prior to 1953 and the completion of the Milford Road and Milford Tunnel, that was really the only practical overland access to Milford Sound. Milford's tallest permanent waterfall at 160 metres or 526 feet. Just being a little out of the way on the National Grid. Just a few minutes, we'll be back alongside, so I'll just take this opportunity on behalf of the entire team at Cruise Milford, and of course Marius and myself, to say thanks for travelling with us today. We certainly hope you've enjoyed your time out on the fiord. Safe travels.
Thank you. What a ride. What a spectacular ride it was indeed, under treacherous conditions, but we made it safely. We made it!
You deserve a hot chocolate. We all do.
what a journey it is. It was.
Probably only doing this once, so I don't want to sit inside.
I was here in the summer, but I didn't come in for the boat ride.
Oh, you were here before?
Yeah.
You did not do the tour?
You probably should have done
No,
it.
I just drove. Came here, drove back. Drove back to Christchurch.
Too
So.
much people or too many people? Too many people? Too busy?
No time?
Yeah.
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 Can't imagine it in the summer, but it's a pretty cool experience.
It's always busy. Every time it's always busy.
How
Yeah.
many times have you been here?
This is my second time. Yeah.
Are you gonna come back again?
Maybe.
You should.
If I have time. It depends on work. If I have free time in Auckland, I can fly down if the prices are cheap. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Not as rainy.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to get wet inside now. We did it. 2 hours and
All right, guys, that's the end of the tour. So a very big thank you to you guys for sticking around. Oh, time to get out of here. Jeez, it's not easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't look around this place. Oh. Hashtag Milford Cruise. Okay. I didn't look around this beautiful, what do you call this, cabin? This is 343 configuration. Where's the business class? No business class on here? Oh, that's the captain's. Well done, well done. Thank you guys very much. Enjoyed the cruise. It was fantastic.
Could I ask you to do us a favour? When you get to the top of the gangway up there, would you be able to put the chain across?
Okay,
lock
sure.
the gate? Thank you.
No worries, I will do that for you. Thank you. See you. All right, that's the end of the show, guys. Yeah, where is the chain? I need to find it. Anyways, I hope you guys have all enjoyed, and a very big thank you to each and every single one of you. Hit the like button if you have enjoyed, and yeah, hit the like button if you've enjoyed. I'm trying to look for the chain. See, at the end of the gangway. Maybe it's that one there. And yes, if you're new on here, please kindly smash the subscribe button. It does help us quite a lot, so that the quality that we're giving you guys would reflect the numbers. So yeah, please do us a favor and smash that like button. I believe this is the chain and the gangway. Yeah, I believe somebody has already done that. But anyways, as he has instructed, let me help them out. Come on. All right, so I've gotten that, but I will do it my own way. So I am out of here my own way. So yes, evidence. I have helped you guys. So yeah, thank you. Oh, so what a cruise it was. And yes, thank you guys very much. That was a treacherous conditions. I'm all drenched up. My hands are frozen. But yeah, what a cruise it was. Oh, what a cruise. So yes, all I can say is a massive thank you to everyone involved in this in this cruise. It was not easy. It was not. Oh. Alrighty. Anyways, yeah, going back to the shed or to the center. And yeah, thank you guys very much and have a wonderful day. Thank you.